Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our council meeting of February 5th, 2025. The groundhog says it's going to be an early spring, so we'll count on that, hopefully, right? Welcome, council, welcome staff, welcome to those in our gallery, and welcome to those watching us from home. We do have a published agenda that was on our website. At this time, we will stand and sing our national anthem. At the Canadian flag. Nice mic. Thanks, everyone. And I think it's sort of demonstrated the past week how important we as Canadians and our Canadian flag and our singing our national anthem is so important and for national unity. So like I said, we do have a published agenda. Are there any additions or deletions from that agenda for today's meeting? You got a nice jacket there, suit too. Okay, if there are none, can I have a mover and a seconder for the Councillor Dubé, Councillor Allwood? Any discussion on that? All in favor? Yeah, and move is in this year. All right, so since we have a approved agenda, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest with regards to that approved agenda? All right, if one does arise at a certain time, you can raise it then. So we'll go to our open forum, and again, that's items that our public can speak to with regards to on the agenda for 3 minutes. So, Madam Clerk, are there anybody wishing to speak?
Good morning through you, Mayor McQueen. Yes, we have one speaker today in person. It's David Wright speaking on item 10.1, the Maxwell Park MOU.
Okay, thank you. Welcome up to the podium there, David.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here and allowing me to speak on behalf of the Maxwell Park Committee. I must apologize. I'm not quite.
Just take your time.
I'm just reviewing the staff report in regards to the Maxwell Park Committee's MOU that we have requested. We feel that it needs to be more specific. There's no mention of what our whole goals are we need to take away the line MOU will be limited to fundraising efforts and also allow for the completion of a phased approach to this park revitalization. The phased approach includes hands-on work that needs to be done, site preparation, community volunteers who have joined the committee would be involved in site preparation, tree trimming, landscaping, existing fence removal, and the installation of park signage. There's no mention of this on the staff report. Our whole reason to seek an MOU is to give the park committee access to our community park and jumpstart this revitalization project. It also shows the community our resolve so that they see our intent to revitalize this park. There's no mention in here of who our liaison would be from the municipality. I would assume it would be the head of Parks and Rec, Mr. Botello, but one thing, I shouldn't assume anything. So I believe that should be stipulated as well. There's no mention on here. We had asked for access to the grant writer that who is currently on staff with the municipality. There's no mention of that on here. So we want to get, we would like that all included in the MOU if possible, so that we have better access to our park. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for that, David, and we will be dealing with that later on in today's agenda. So I would probably assume for lunch if you want to hang around. Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any others that wish to speak?
Nobody else is registered for open forum today.
Okay, thank you. So then moving on to our agenda, we have a good selection of speakers today. So to start off with, 6.1 of our agenda is Colleen Boer, the Museum Advisory from the Museum Advisory Board, and with regards to the 2024 year in review. So welcome, Colleen, and good morning.
Thank you very much, Mayor McQueen. Welcome. Thank you for welcoming us to bring forward our year in review from the Grey Highlands Museum. Before I start with that, I'd like to send another thank you to Council and to the municipality for honoring me as Citizen of the Year for 2024. It was unexpected, but much appreciated. So thank you so very, very much.
Well deserved. Well deserved.
Thank you. So as Chair of the Museum Advisory Board, Curator Peter Whitehead and I have worked together to draw up this year in review, and to give Peter full credit, he's done most of the work on the accumulating the information. So we're going to speak to various portions: attendance, education component, archiving, the issue with vandalism that we've had as an ongoing thing down at the Grey Highlands Museum and the Memorial Park. Then there's some new gallery installations coming, and then some future plans. So I'd like to turn it over to Peter and let him flesh it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen, and good morning, Peter, and welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Council. Good morning to everyone here. Thank you for that, Colleen. Everyone should have a little booklet. It's pretty detailed. That actually won't come up on this. This is kind of taken all those thoughts in a very short period of time that we have to share kind of highlights of, I think, an incredibly successful 2024 season at the museum. It's worthy of sharing. And the first thing that we should talk about, because I know it's been talked about in these very council chambers, is attendance. And our attendance, although I had hit a goal in my head of 1,500 guests, we came 20 shy. So if you had all come twice more, we could have hit our, I'm not going to hold it against you. It's okay. I'll do that privately. But if you take, in fact, all the school components away, which is roughly 13 groups, roughly of 20 each, our attendance percentage in terms of people who identify themselves as coming from Grey Highlands is about 32% of our guests. So I don't know if that's a number to cheer about or to not. We've had a lot of returning guests. I think the interesting thing is this year, we had an awful lot of people who've seen signs and seen activity going on in that museum and decided to stop finally and explore our space. So great for us. If we go into the next slide, Danielle. Our book is full of incredibly lovely comments that celebrate this space. I think it's overwhelmingly accepted as a fairly professional space now. We tell pretty beautiful, detailed stories in a number of ways, both through video and audio, and obviously a chance to wander through and explore at your own pace. I would say the biggest feedback that we have in terms of comments from guests is because that structure also holds our water, part of our water pumping station, I think it is. It looks like it has a second floor. It's perceived to be a far larger building than it is indeed. And so when they wander in and find about 1,000 square feet trying to tell the history and heritage of this municipality, it's probably the only comment that we get that is negative. And in terms of negative comments saying, I wish there were more stories and I wish there were more spaces is a pretty great negative comment to be able to take in. So we're pretty proud of our stories. And Danielle, if we just flip it. Again, going through this pretty quickly because we don't have a lot of time. Education has become a big thing. Again, we had 13 school groups come through last year. We have built curriculum to share based on school curriculum. So our programming last year focused on culture and community. We also built a proprietary piece that is build your own community. And some of you are aware of it. We did it in conjunction with our partners at the library this year, where kids came in and actually designed their own community and named it and had to go through the tedious process of putting together a budget and making sure they all had everything they want. And the number of times that they all wanted gas stations for the convenience of buying chips, but they didn't want roads was shocking. But they all came in under budget, which is great. So it's a really hands-on educational experience. Again, the one big drawback, and you can see in the one photo displayed here, we hold it in our community gallery. If we have groups, say larger than 24, they will sometimes quietly sit on the floor, but it is tight for space and it's hard to hold really meaningful programming in such a small space. And when you wander through the museum, although it is done quite specifically for wheelchair accessibility and to give people individual moments to take in stories and not crowd other guests, it is difficult when you're taking a group of 20 plus kids through the school and keeping them all in one little group. We are handicapped by space for sure, but we are absolutely making the most of that space. So if we go to the next piece, we can discuss archives. Archives will probably be an ongoing thing for every curator who holds this position in the next 50 years, since we've just celebrated our first 50. We are going through piece by piece, shelf by shelf, to make sure that our current software past perfect matches the pieces that we have on the shelf. And it might not seem like a big deal right now, but literally if at some point in the last 50 years, someone has taken an archive piece off the shelf and decided to put it back in a different shelf, it's gone. It can't be found. We have Lord Simcoe's desk, for instance, that I've worked here for 3 years, and we found it 3 months ago, for instance, because it was just placed on the wrong shelf. So when people phone wanting information on pieces or wanting to explore detailed pieces in our archives, it is not as simplistic as looking up past perfect and walking to that shelf. And not to say that it isn't always the case, but by far it has become the case now that pieces are going back into the proper shelves. But it's also documenting and bringing pieces in. We have a fairly small space that I still would rather be telling stories in than holding archival pieces in. But just this week alone, we had 60 new donations. We had quite a number from Beaver, who it's, I think, fantastic that they decided to reach out to us and say, this is the place that we would like to hold our stories. So as pieces come in, it's becoming, again, increasingly difficult to find spaces to hold them. Kudos to our solitary, well, I'm going to call him a co-curator at this point, but we have a volunteer who comes in once a week and specifically sits in the archives and goes through and assigns numbers and and make sure pieces are sitting where they need to be sitting. So it's a thankless job, and it's a job that for sure will not get finished in my term here, but we are doing our best to hand this off to whoever takes it over next in as pristine condition as it can possibly be. So vandalism is something I know we've all talked about even collectively as a group the last time that you came through. We do have a single camera at the back of the museum right now with corresponding signage saying that there are cameras in place. And that seems to have stopped the vandalism in that specific area, but it's concrete defamation. There's obviously, as we've already talked about, there's graffiti both on the building and on the back that I can't show pictures of because it's just not appropriate. And so if anything, I think our camera work has to be expanded at some point. I am still the only person working in that facility on a day-to-day basis. I know that we've had moments when the police have come in and hoped that we had cameras that they could look at, and we don't. So it's something, again, to discuss, but it's something that we've taken hold of. Done, again, everything that we can. So we've taken great strides in 2024 to try to stop that as an issue, an ongoing issue. The next slide, Danielle, is just a really lovely moment to celebrate again the Friends of the Museum, because a gift that they gave us was to illuminate our front sign. So now that all of our signage has changed, it's visible 24/7. The fence that goes around the memorial park is seen better days. So maybe that's a discussion to have with Parks and Rec at some point. But we certainly try to look after that space in that area as the museum, even though it is not necessarily ours to look after. So it's beautification, and certainly our community does a great job in helping us do that. So the next slide is new gallery installations. So every year, or every month almost in 2024, we increased our story stations or our gallery station spots inside. So we've had a number of pieces come in, from phonographs to radios to stoves. So literally our gallery changes month to month. But this year we're going to do a few things. We're going to be celebrating the Markdale 49 time capsule. It's certainly something I'll be reaching out to our mayor to chat, because he had a big part to play in tearing open the last piece, trying to tear it open. We'll be celebrating Beaver Crest. Beaver Crest has given us about 49 artifacts from the school as it transitions into its new space, worth sharing. And Grey Highlands Inspire, so you all have little pieces sitting in front of you. That's a piece of artwork done by local artist Kate Schiavero. That's going to be the basis of our program moving forward, to try to extend visitors outside of the museum across the municipality.
Peter, how much more time do you need?
You know what? 2 minutes and I'll go, and then I'll never come back. I promise.
No, don't say that.
Sorry. Colleen is far more interesting. That's the problem. But looking forward in the next and the last slide, I think the museum in general needs to have a goal to set. We can just keep marching forward and be who we are, and be that kind of one cultural asset for the municipality. Be content with the number of guests that we have, and not grow. And kudos to this council for making sure that those stories are still told. But I think with some vision, we could become a real economic driver for this municipality in terms of tourism. Its space is the big thing. And so we are working with an architect right now to just have preliminary discussions about who we could be and what we could be, because I know there are literally county museums that that won't surpass 4,000 in guests this year, and that's a county-run museum. So if there's ever a moment for this municipality to be proud of the investment in culture, it is most certainly with the Grey Highlands Museum, because I think for very little money in, you're I think receiving a lot out. So thank you for that extra 2 minutes.
Well, thanks, Peter. I don't know if there's any questions here. Just don't run away too far. You do have the postcard that you talked about at the the anniversary back in the fall
Yeah.
and all the little icons of all the different places within Grey Highlands, which I think was quite brilliant on that part. And again, thank you for everything you've done, and the museum does look great from there. I was just looking at this postcard thinking, you talk about tourism. If there was a retake, is I don't know if you were to put numbers beside everything and then put it on the back, and people had to match them up to what they were, then also they might go exploring of where those places were.
And that is the point. And so one of the things that we're going to be doing this year is it's going to be a hand stamp program, and you're going to be able to create your own piece of art as a guest. We're going to have stations scattered all throughout the municipality that you go and do a hand stamp in a preset registered little space that gives you one of the 5 colors of that piece. And once you've visited them all, you've created your own piece of art from Grey Highlands, and we'll be celebrating each space in there, and hopefully you know them all.
Yeah.
If you look at them.
So it's great that all this comes together. Thank you for that. I know Deputy Mayor Nielsen, you're part of that group. I don't know if you had anything to add as part as a representative from Grey Highlands or.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Nothing specifically. I think Peter's done a great presentation. There is a success happening at the museum. The style and shape and design of the museum is looking fantastic. I know I've spent a few trips into the museum myself, and usually when I'm there, my children are coming with me. My daughter has gone there with her class a couple of times, always having a lot of fun, always exploring. Apparently, according to Peter, my daughter can now help curate because she's been there a few times. So when her class goes, she tries to show them all her favorite spots within this museum. I think the biggest addition to the museum is the community space. Going in there and seeing as it changes and having different community members share their stories as to why they're in Grey Highlands, what's their history or background here, is really kind of neat to go and see. So I've stopped in less times. It's nice to see that it's updating and changing. I think Peter's done a great job. I think the number of guests are supporting that concept, and look forward to what we have planned for the museum moving forward.
Thank you for that, Deputy Mayor. Are any other questions, comments? Go ahead, Councilor Wood, and then Councilor.
Yeah, just quickly, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just quickly to Peter and the museum staff that, I visited this museum more than once. I probably 4 or 5 of those on your tally for the year. And it's a wonderful little museum. And, in a particularly difficult budget year, I think that some of the councillors have heard chatter about, slashing this or that. And I would hate to see something that brings, as you say, so much out for so little in, cut from us. So again, thank you for all the work that you put into it. It is a wonderful little resource for the municipality of Grey Highlands, and anybody who's here today or watching this live, I would encourage you to go and visit that museum because it is a real treasure and does say so much about us and our rural roots. Thanks again.
For that, Councilor Dubik.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Peter and Colleen for coming this morning. And the fact that we have, 32 local visitors, 32% local visitors and the rest non-local. I mean, I think that's a real testament of just being able to draw people and get them to stop. So I think that's a really great data point there. I do have a question for you. You do talk about storage and archiving and the need for that. So just wondering, so currently, where do you store, or, what is your capacity and what do you need? So, as we think about our spaces, maybe we can sort of think creatively.
Yeah.
About, how to utilize.
Absolutely.
free
Thank you
space.
for the question. That conversation comes up a lot. And right now, thanks to the partnership with the library, we utilize the basement of the Markdale Library to a great degree. It's not necessarily temperature controlled or humidity controlled. So there's, for me, a little bit of worry there, but it's safe and it's dry, which is fantastic. We have probably 400 square feet of space that we earmark for our archives internally. So those pieces can come in when somebody comes in off the street and says, I have something I'd like to donate. We're trying to be very specific in telling a Grey Highlands story because we have a great story, not for any other reason. So we have a very small space that just needs to grow. And I just hate to grow it and take away from public space, because the more stories that we can tell and the longer that we can keep people in Grey Highlands, then they'll go off and eat, and then they'll go off and shop, and they'll explore. So the vitality of this museum and the potential growth of this museum could do a lot of things for a lot of things in our community, but it's And it's something that at least the mayor and I talked about the last time you folks came through as a tour. Well, actually, I think you were in that conversation too. We're going to go through kind of a multi-step program, a multi-year program about the destination that we'd like to end up as. I think that we can be the most visited museum in Grey County based on our access off the highway. But right now, I think we just have to be incredibly careful about taking in any large pieces that we take in. I want to find a place on the floor to display it immediately. I don't want to put it into an archival room. It's too cumbersome and it's just too big. So we're pretty selective in what we bring in. Rarely say no. Usually the conversation is if it doesn't tell a Grey Highlands story, then thank you. And we'll give them options of other places to deliver it. But the 500 square feet that we have, we're just trying to use super carefully. And again, kudos to the library. I believe in the conversations over the 3 years that I've been here, there is no physical space that makes sense that we could utilize to put protective pieces. We literally have a storage unit outside of our museum. It's not to hold pieces. I heard council talk about that at one point. I would hate to think that you would think that I was putting archival pieces in that storage space. It's to put chairs and tables, physical things that just take up space that we can better utilize with pieces that tell stories. So super helpful. It's not a solution, but it's a stopgap measure that can be moved around and expanded on. But yeah, I think we're handicapped with what we have. I just think we can't grow anymore right now, but the game plan is, how do you have a proper space to hold events there? That's the big thing. We have a speaker series event that gets held in Ainsley Church, which is great, but wouldn't it be great if we could hold them there? And there was a decision at one point, my decision and our colleagues, that we needed to be a museum. So we weren't going to have a big stage and room for chairs in the middle. We were going to stay compliant with our CMOG, and we were going to be a museum. And so we are a museum, and now we're just fighting back the other way. Where do we hold events? Where do we have kids for educational programming? And where do we hold additional pieces when they come in? Solutions that we're going to have to figure out on the fly.
Well, thanks for that, Peter. And are there any other comments, questions? Colleen, you have any last comments?
No, I just wanted to say thank you for allowing us to come and bring you guys up to date on where we are and where we hope to go. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you for that. I would also just add that, I guess, to you or Peter or the group, is if there are some grants popping up, I would say that you should come and talk to us, because if there's opportunity for funding in that. And I've always thought too, I know Grey Highlands has been a very strong agricultural based municipality. There's an old tractor out there sometimes is a good anchor to get people coming in that door. And there's a lot of traffic on that Highway 10, and you just have to find the right unique piece that, what's that? Right. I was watching something on, what's that? Sorry?
Oh, the Rockland Zamboni. Yeah, when it's retired, we'll put it up on the roof.
Well, I was thinking more of something 100-year-old, but yeah, that might be, if you want to get into a little bit of the hockey side, that might be, I think we just fix that up and use it again. But anyway, I just briefly, I saw something on Facebook there the other day where there was a tractor and it was called a Ford, but it wasn't made by Mr. Ford, and it wasn't a very good tractor. But sometimes a unique piece that, what's that, can draw a lot of unique people in and all that kind of stuff. I'll leave it there. I know we got to move on. We got a big agenda here, but again, thanks for all you do.
Thank you for your time today.
You're welcome. All right, moving on then. Item 6.2, we have,
Mayor McQueen,
sorry.
we need a motion, please.
Oh, yes, sorry. Moved by Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Dubik, that we receive the delegation for information. Any discussion on that? All in favor? That is carried. This council's supposed to be on ball. All right, moving forward then to item 6.2. We have Alex Hector. We have Larry Mann and John Woodbury for the Southeast Grey Community Health Center. So come on up, and good to see you all. And John, nice seeing you again.
Yeah, nice being on this side. More relaxing, let's put it that way.
Well, I'm glad you're still involved.
Thank you. Well, thank you for seeing us today. Again, I'm John Woodbury, and good to see the familiar faces around again. And we'd like to thank you for your involvement with the Community Health Center. This is Alex Hector. He is the executive director, and Larry Mann is our chair of our board. And I'm going to get Larry to say a few words, and then Alex is going to do the important stuff. What do you mean by that? No, I've been in charge before.
Okay, you guys can take it outside when you have disagreements, right?
Okay, okay. Mr. Mayor, Council, thanks for having us. October 21st of this past year, Doug Ford appointed Jane Philpott, Dr. Jane Philpott, as the primary lead on a new project, an action team on primary health care, guaranteeing that we're going to have healthcare for all Ontarians, primary healthcare in 5 years. And he chose well by having her do that because she has been a great advocate for primary healthcare. In April, she wrote a book called Health for All, A Doctor's Perspective to a Healthier Canada. And in that, she talks about health homes. And in those health homes, they are to provide care in a variety of ways, including physical practices, visual services, mobile teams. Healthcare work to connect patients with other health and wellness providers. And these health teams will be made up of doctors, nurse practitioners, nurses, and ancillary services. 2 years ago, I was in the company of Dr. Ian Era, who's the Chief Medical Officer of Health, at a meeting, and we were chatting, and he commented on the fact that we have here in Markdale probably the best primary care health center in Ontario. Later, a few months later, he said to me at another meeting, he said, this is probably the model for Canada. We already have the health home that Jane Philpott talks about. So, Alex?
Thanks, Larry, and Mayor and Council. Thank you very much for the opportunity today to provide an update. I really sort of just have a few quick objectives. One is to sort of just give you a quick overview of the CHC. Hopefully it's familiar to many of you, but just sort of do a little level set there. Share some of the issues and challenges that we're facing, provide a good update on the programs and on the support that the municipality provides, and then plant a couple of seeds for the future. So thank you very much for that. And so next slide, please. So we are, as Larry has mentioned, we are very similar to the health home that Jane Philpott has been commissioned to implement across the province. And we operate using what's called a model of health and well-being, which is really treating the whole person, not just the physical aspects, but the mental aspects, the social determinants of health, things like food, shelter, clothing, and so on. And it's really sort of based in the concept of equity for all. And what equity means in healthcare is regardless of your financial or racial or social status, your health should be the same. Everyone deserves good health, and that's both physical and mental. We act as the first point of contact and the principal point for continuing care. And as I mentioned, we focus on the social determinants of health, and our programs are really intertwined in terms of those social determinants. We focus on helping vulnerable community members such as seniors and youth, clients with mental health and addiction challenges, as well as new parents and babies. And in addition to the primary care provided by our nurse practitioners and our physicians, we also provide with services such as social work, physiotherapy, nutrition, and all of that care is delivered, of course, close to home. Just a couple of stats here. We're about 50 employees. We're in 4 locations. Our annual budget right now is about $7 million. We have just over 12,000 or almost 13,000 active client charts. Last year, 38,000 patient visits. And I'll give a more specific for Grey Highland in a minute, but almost 2,500 program visits in total with or program events with almost 31,000 participants in terms of those events. Next slide, please. So this data is generally indicative. It's not 100% accurate because there's a little bit of noise in the numbers. And of course, there always is a bit of noise in numbers. But overall, Grey Highlands represent about 51% of our total roster of active patients. And you can see the other municipalities there as well. And patient visits, Grey Highlands represented about 60% of the visits that we performed. Those visits are typically face-to-face, but we do provide virtual visits as well in situations where it's, say, a follow-up on some blood work and there's a need to adjust a person's diet. So they've been in, had the physical check. The results are now in a week later or several days later. And rather than coming back into the doctor's office, we do a quick phone call. So it's that sort of the hybrid model that we operate with. Next slide, please. So our locations, we're very fortunate. So accessibility to healthcare in a rural environment is very challenging, particularly for those that don't have access to transportation. They don't have a car. Taxis are really hard to get and very expensive. And of course, public transportation is a real challenge. So we are in 4 locations throughout our catchment area, Chatsworth. We're in 2 spots in Erskine, in Dundalk. We're in an old church building that was donated to us, and we're also in the Lions Club Medical Center as a tenant there. And of course, our main location here in Markdale in the old school board building, which we've been slowly fixing up over the last several years since we purchased it in 2019. And that. So next slide, please. Our strategy is really sort of 4-pronged. We are really building on our strengths. Over the past few years is really after experiencing quite a few years of high growth, we needed a chance to settle that growth. And so getting our internal processes, getting our technology up to snuff, dealing with issues like software licensing and so on, all focused on building on our strengths. We have a focus on health equity, which I mentioned earlier, and branding and communications, which is really getting the word out. What is the CHC all about? And that's an ongoing opportunity for us. And then, of course, working with our colleagues in the Ontario Health Team. And I'll have just a couple of words on that in a moment as well. Our overall mission is to help people and communities achieve health and well-being. That's really what the CHC is all about. And I couldn't be prouder of our organization in terms of what we achieve. Next slide, please. So community programs are a really important pillar of what we do. And as I mentioned earlier, it's all part of that social determinants of health. So physically, you may feel okay, but mentally you may not. Social isolation, as an example, has a real big impact on a person's longevity. And so a big thank you to Grey Highlands for a very significant and important financial commitment that you've made to support our programs. The money that you provide has enabled us to do just absolutely amazing things for the community. And it is absolutely important and vital for us as it goes forward. So specific to Grey Highlands then, as of the end of March of 2024, so our fiscal year is March, April 1st to March 31st. So 2,050 program sessions, 22,000 participant visits, and that works out to about $2.70 per participant visit, which I think is just extraordinary value. We also work with other agencies, other social support organizations throughout the region, in a partnership. Sometimes it's formal, often it's very informal, to make sure that we're not duplicating efforts and duplicating administrative costs and so on. And that's an area that's ongoing for us, and we couldn't do it without our partnerships, and you can see them there in the presentation. And that's just a few of them. It's not a full comprehensive list. Next slide, please. This is just a snapshot of our fall program flyer, just to give you a flavor of what we offer. There is a huge amount of variety in terms of our program offerings, and getting the word out is all part of that. We've seen an extraordinary uptick in our program participation since, I don't think anybody ever declared COVID was over, but since the pandemic sort of diminished and is now kind of a distant memory. Our gym is full, our programs are full. We are experiencing some capacity challenges. So that's good news. It's good to have a problem with capacity in terms of programs. And as I mentioned earlier, socialization really puts people at risk. It's a very significant physical and mental issue that in particular with seniors. So these programs are all intended to help resolve that or help assist with that potential challenges through social isolation. Next slide, please. So this is a picture of the various programs that we've offered. So the number of sessions, how many participants for each session, whether or not it was a seniors program, seniors related program, and where we held that. And I think it's important to understand that this is a real collaboration between our organization and the municipality. So in some cases, we use the CHC facility. In some cases, we use municipal facilities. We're always working with our partners at the municipality to make sure that if there's an opportunity for a revenue producing activity to occur, say in the arena, where we're scheduled, we will reschedule to make sure that that arena can be used to generate revenue, because those facilities are being provided without cost to the CHC and of course to the participants. And so that just sort of gives you a good picture of what we've been able to do with the funds that you have kindly provided to help with our programs. Next slide. So current challenges there isn't really a day that goes by where we're not hearing about challenges to do with healthcare. And it's easy to sort of spiral down and think everything's broken. And the reality is there's a lot of good things happen in healthcare, but there are some real significant challenges. And for us, our funding has not kept pace with inflation. I'm operating with a wage scale from 2019. I have not received a funding increase to offset any of the inflationary, except for last year. I got $100,000. And so that's maybe helped with some of the gas bill and the water bill and the hydro. But, you know, probably 90% of our expenses are wages and benefits, and we've just not been able to keep pace. That has really created a challenge for us in terms of health human resources. There is significant inequity across the healthcare. The pillars of the healthcare system and primary care staff are not paid the same as hospital staff, and the differentials can be very, very significant. We recently had one of our allied health professionals leave us to go to work in a hospital, not in Markdale, but in another part of the region. And the differential for doing the same work Monday to Friday, 8:30 to 5, the salary differential was $20,000 a year. So very, very significant. As a consequence, it makes it difficult for us to attract new staff. Typically, we attract the brand new people. And so that creates some operational challenges internally, because the experienced ones do get a little tired teaching the new trainees. So that information has been shared with the ministry, has been shared with Ontario Health. And I just wanted to make you aware of that. Capacity wise, we're maxed out. There is no more room in our practice. And there is a large unattached population in our catchment area, which is Chatsworth, Great Highlands, Southgate, part of Melanchthon, and part of West Grey. That's almost, and again, there's a bit of noise in that data, but almost 18,000 people that do not have access to a primary care provider. And these folks end up in the hospital waiting for routine stuff that should be done. And of course, preventative measures do not occur for those individuals. So there's an opportunity to help with these. And I'll talk about that next. So planning for the future. Next slide, please. So we need your help in advocating with the provincial government for funding priority. And so there was an announcement recently, $1.8 billion investment in primary care. I'm the co-chair of a committee through our local Ontario Health team to develop a plan to implement the Jane Philpott Health Home for Graham Bruce. But we have no idea where we sit on the priority list in the province. And so we're in the process of organizing a rural healthcare symposium in partnership with Bruce Power, Chapman Ice Cream, and hopefully a couple of other industry leaders in the region, directly targeted at municipal officials. And we're really hoping to increase your awareness of health system challenges, how the system functions, what, of course, the successes are, and as I mentioned, challenges, and discuss how we can work together to support our mission of healthy people and vibrant communities. You have opportunities from time to time in conversations with provincial officials. What we want to do is increase your awareness of this so that when you're having those conversations, you can advocate to get priority investment for our region, given the significant number of unattached people. The other seed I'm planting is a renewal of our program funding is coming due for March 2026. So you can expect a delegation from us. Budget time, I would imagine that will be in the fall. We know budgets are tight, and we obviously we don't have our head in the sand when it comes to the budget deliberations that are going on in all the municipalities. It's a real tough stuff, and I know there's some hard decisions to be made, but we will be here advocating for a renewal of that funding with more particulars, and looking forward to that. So that is it in a very short period of time. I hope I didn't go too fast, and happy to answer any questions.
Well, thanks, Alec and John and Larry. And I don't know, our representative on that is Tom Albert. And I don't know, Tom, if you have any other comments or comments to make.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Through you. Yes, I mean, I'm a satisfied client of the Community Health Center. I also sit on the board. The Community Health Center. I just want to reiterate how lucky we are to have a primary care provider, an allied and the allied services associated with that Alex touched on in our community. The cost-effective access to primary care, the CHC model aligns with the direction that Jane Philpott seems to be going in. I think our CHC is a shining example of the direction that it looks like the health home is going. In terms of municipal support, we have a very cost-effective way of providing senior programming using not only the CHC's facilities, but our own, and that's an agreement we have in place until this March of 2026. That program's been in place for, I think, 7 years, or it'll be 7 years. There'll be some discussion involved at the budget time in 2026, but again, it's incredible, over 2,000 programs and over 20,000 participants within Grey Highlands. It's a service we provide to our community that, as folks in the delegation have mentioned, it's not just primary care, but the ally, the mental health, the social isolation issues you have in rural communities. These are and senior, particularly amongst the seniors in our community, that the CHC and the program that we work jointly on is able to provide. So it's a wonderful facility. I would encourage those that don't use those, although there's capacity issues, get out there and take advantage of those programs. There's a wonderful gym, and there's a plethora of programming that was touched on in the presentation. And again, in terms of primary care, it's between the nurse practitioners, the MDs, and the allied services that are provided at CHC, it's wonderful to have that in our community. And it's a model for healthcare, I believe, as province moves forward, specifically with the Jane Philpott initiative. So wonderful stuff. Thank you for your presentation today. I would hope that you've got the continued support of the municipality in your efforts and to provide those services for Grey Highlands.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Councillor Allen, you had a
Yes, question. Thank you. The $50,000 that we provide for programming, I'm going to pick on pickleball. I see you have to register for the events. Is it restricted to residents of Grey Highlands?
Yeah, Larry can answer that. Thank you. The hard questions are for the board chair.
Larry, use the mic, please.
When we have capacity, and this is something that has been discussed with the staff member at the health center that runs it. And we've talked about capacity, and if we have room for people outside of the catchment area to come and play, they're welcome to come and play, because it's open, and we're offering a service to the whole community, even beyond our borders. And if it gets to the point where we don't have room, and people can't get to play, then we will start restricting and eliminating people who've come in from outside. Now we're talking Collingwood. So, you know, that's where the outside come from. And we have a few. We're closer in Feversham to Collingwood than we are to Berkeley, which is part of here. But yeah, there are some outside people.
Outside of Grey Highlands. I'm just thinking about, you know, Grey Highlands Grey Highlands taxpayers are providing that $50,000. And if we're subsidizing people from outside of.
If I could just, that's just an illusion. Because as Alex said, if there is something going to happen in any of the facilities that is going to be paid for, if an event comes in, a buck and doe, a wedding, whatever event, we remove ourselves and the paying event goes forward. The only time we use the facility is when it's empty. So we could be looking at an empty facility of benefit to no one, or a facility that's being used for the community, by the community, at no cost to the community. That's one way of looking at it. And when there is a paying customer, we're out of there, the paying customer is in. We have never, ever eliminated a paying customer. But if it's empty, and it's being used. And it was being built to be used.
Follow up, Councillor Long, or you're mulling.
I had more, but I won't.
I guess in the sense of the $7 million comes from the general taxpayer too, right? Which is outside of our boundary as well, right?
If I could comment on that, the $7 million, my background's education. We have in Ontario guaranteed education for every student, no matter where you move to, no matter where you live. They'll build portables. They'll hire more teachers. The government pays for that education, the complete education. What we get at the CHC is $7 million for primary care, not for allied care. So everything other than primary care is through donation. So to get it to an understanding from education, imagine the government saying, we're going to supply money for English, math, science. But if you want phys ed, art, the right brain stuff, if you want that, you're going to have to raise money from the community, but we're not going to fund it. That's the way healthcare is funded.
So you want the extras, you got to get it somewhere else.
That's right. So the extras, all the things come from somewhere else.
Right. Follow up.
Yeah, so going back to my comments, I wasn't talking about eliminating paying customers, which, no, please let me finish. I'm looking at the schedule and there's specific days that pickleball is offered in Osprey. So I'm going to your comment. If somebody wants to rent the community hall on Wednesday at 10 a.m., do you cancel pickleball?
Yes.
Okay, all right, that's good information. But still, the taxpayers of Grey Highlands are giving you $50,000 to run programs.
Yes.
So if we're subsidizing residents of other communities, I just wonder if there should be some kind of fee. I play 3 nights a week at the public school and I pay $35 per night per season. So I pay $105. Small price to pay for 6 months of indoor pickleball. So just a thought. And again, should Grey Highlands subsidize Collingwood people?
That's why you smoke everybody when you play. You're practicing all the time.
Could I, there is a mandate that we not charge anything for any program. The pickleball players have been asked if they would like to donate, and we actually have a set fee. We give them a suggestion, $30 to $40 per order, if they'd like to donate, and all that money is collected. It pays for balls, nets, tape, whatever we need. All the excess goes back into the community in terms of community donations. We've been around for 11 years. And in that time, we have donated back to this community, Grey Highlands only, over $10,000.
That's good information to have.
And that's
Thank
why
you.
these sessions are always good because you come forward with that. Councillor Dugan.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for coming in this morning. And so obviously, you know, a shining example of, you know, healthy homes. And of course, you know, thank you for all the programming you are providing for us, for the communities, and we don't want this to deteriorate. So I have two questions. So just maybe just first on funding, could you please remind me, what are the sources of funding for your facilities?
So for, there's really two sources. One is Ontario Health. So basically the Ministry of Health transfers payments to Ontario Health and they distribute them to the various health service provider organizations throughout the province. That is the bulk of our funding. We do receive, of course, support from Southgate, Chatsworth, and, Southgate, Melanchthon, and Grey Highlands. And Grey Highlands is the most significant. And of course, it is the largest population that we serve as well. We also occasionally apply for grants. So Trillium Fund, we received a federal grant from Health Canada for a substance use and addictions program, which expires the end of March. So there are ancillary grants that we're able to tap into. It's not sustainable funding, and it's hard to manage a longer term strategy without that sustainable funding. So we're very selective on the types of grants that we do apply for. It really has to be based on population need and so on. So, but the bulk of the money does come from the province. Go ahead.
So thank you for that. And then also just wondering, what's the status of your health providers right now? So when when you think about sort of the level of health providers, how are we doing?
So we have 3 FTE and physicians, and we have 5 physicians that fill those 3 FTEs. Our physicians are salaried. They do not bill OHIP. One of them is leaving us at the end of March, and we have just secured a replacement. So that's good. We don't have problems attracting physicians to our organization. We also have 9 nurse practitioners who roster patients, and those nurse practitioners, we are at full complement. On the allied health side, I do have some vacancies. I'm short right now 2 social workers because of maternity leaves. It's hard to, again, it's a wage issue. Particularly the private sector pays a lot more. So finding social workers at the wage we pay is difficult. We've got a very, very dedicated staff. 2 of them are on maternity leave coming back summer and fall, but it's hard to get a locum to come in to do the replacement. So we've got a wait list now for that. Physiotherapy, we're missing 1 right now. And again, it's very difficult to attract a physiotherapist at the wage offering. I have monthly discussions with Ontario Health on that. And then the third and the other position is a chiropodist, which are very important for diabetes foot care. And we're a vacant chiropodist position right now. And again, it's a wage related issue. Private sector pays probably 50 to 60% higher than what we pay, than what we're funded to pay.
Could I add something?
Well, it's not up to me. So
May I add something to that?
If it's quick, yeah, go ahead.
2 years ago, Alex informed me that 2 physicians had come forward requesting employment at the health center. 2 outside of our area saying, we'd like to work for you because we like the model, like to move here. Alex, of course, went to Ontario Health, right to the minister, asking for extra funds. Imagine the number of people we could have had, and the answer was no. This is in a time when we have communities looking for doctors, scrambling for doctors. We have them coming. We can't pay them.
Councillor always put his hand up pretty quick on that one.
I mean, at the recent Roma conference that was televised on the session was televised on TVO later for those that weren't able to attend, but they talked about this whole thing about recruiting primary care physicians and the Hunger Games approach that some municipalities are taking. It's not the approach that and this was the head of the OMA that was specifically talking about this. It's not an approach that works. The CHC has had, it's a funding issue from Ontario Health. That funding is for primary care. It doesn't pay for any of these ancillary programs that we support, and but it's I'm optimistic that the government's moving in the James Philpott sort of, and they're talking about significant numbers here, 1.8 billion, I think, dollars to get primary care provided for everybody in Ontario. And that's just, it's a 20%, 20% is a round number, say, of unrostered patients in Ontario. It's higher in rural areas. But I'm hopeful that and again, the CHC here in Grey Highlands, she talks about the one in Kingston because she's associated with Queens, but it's a very similar model. It works. Primary care with having access to a doctor in the old way of thinking is probably not going to happen. There just aren't enough doctors moving into primary care. At that same conference at Roma, he talked about it's not fiscally attractive to young medical students to move into primary care and set up an office the way they used to. So they're working in teams now. The administrative support is supplied by facilities like the CMHC and family health teams and others, but the CHC model is a very cost-effective way of providing primary care.
The doctors don't have to worry about billing, they worry about providing medical.
Yes, I mean, that there's still the actual way that they have to document your visit, and the amount of time you get to spend with your primary care practitioner at the CHC far exceeds a visit to a family doctor. You get 10 minutes, you're out the door, and you get more time at the CHC. And again, the record keeping, and there's other things happening in the technology world that are maybe going to improve that. But again, we're lucky to have a CHC in Grey Highlands providing those primary care facilities and the ancillary support that we as a municipality support for the programming that occurs beyond that. The whole health issue about this is a big deal. It's not just go to your doctor, get a prescription. I mean, your mental health. They really just touched on the other sorts of programming there. I mean, if you're homeless in Grey Highlands, you can go to the CHC, get food, clothing, hot shower, and referred to the appropriate facility within Grey County to hopefully follow up in that situation. But it's a wonderful facility. Thank you.
Sounds like a Canadian way of doing things. Councilor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so thank you for your presentation, and just sort of to build on what Councillor Elwood has said. I mean, all of those things I think are true, and I think it is we're very lucky to have such an organization within municipality Grey Highlands. And I think it is the model that that works best for delivering, comprehensive healthcare across the province. And so again, thank you for that. And I personally would appreciate a tour of the facility. And I think that maybe some other councillors would as well. So I'll just offer that out there. But if you'd like to connect later, I think that'd be a good idea. I mean, I certainly attended many times to visit my nurse practitioner, who was fantastic, by the way. He knows who he is. But I would love a comprehensive tour of the facility just to see all of the works going on and to learn a little bit more even still. So,
absolutely. We'll get something organized for the spring. Absolutely. Thank you.
You do have an annual meeting coming up sometime soon too, right?
In June,
March.
towards the end of June.
Okay, right. So three things. I think from advocating to the government, I mean, through you, Councillor Elwood, and other representatives on your board, we do have annual coming up now. Right now, we're in a bit of a holding pattern with the province. So, but I mean, if there's something that, municipally wide, we need to make a delegation on that. That's something you can bring forward through others, Councillor Elwood.
I mean, even at Roma there, I took the opportunity, we had a meeting with the Minister of Health on a different matter, but I took that opportunity to shake her hand and thank her for the support of the CHC or continuing support. And again, advocating to our provincial representatives, it's important. So again,
And I think it was announced at Roma that well, I guess we're in a holding pattern now, but there was mentioning about training doctors locally, because a lot of doctors have to go afar to get trained, and do they come back? And that, I think there's a bit of a change on that. I know we've heard stories where I know people gone to Australia, gone to Europe, down east to get trained because there's no space here. And then, if they train somewhere else, are they coming back? So I think there is something to be, also with your calendar, is that something that we could have a paper copy to put out at the board? And maybe a link on our tax notice or something? I think that's very important, because people come here and pay their taxes and pay their bills, and they could stop there and look at that. They could see all that, I'm a paper guy, so.
Yeah,
And
we'll do that.
Yeah, okay. And lastly, Alex, I know for about a year or two, I didn't know what you looked like, because when you came on when COVID, you had a mask on all the time.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's just a side story. Anyway, thank you for coming. I need a motion to receive the delegation from the Southeast Grey Community Health Center for information. Councillor Alwood, do I have a seconder? Councillor Wickens? Any discussion? All in favor? That is carried. Thanks again.
Yeah, thank you kindly. Appreciate it.
Yeah. All right, we will move on and with our third delegation, and then we'll take a break. So we have Kate Russell, the Beaver Valley Destination Stewardship update. And Kate, I was going to mention that when we were having the presentation here about the museum, that you were the curator for a period of what, 2-3 years? I can't remember the exact time.
6 years.
6 years. Okay. Well, I'm a little off on mine, but thank you for all the work you did there at that time. And I'm sure there was some reflection on what was being said there this morning, but the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. My name is Kate Russell. Obviously, I'm with the Beaver Valley Destination Stewardship. I'd like to recognize my two members of our core team are here with me, Stacey Howe and Heather Reed. So you'll see their pictures, their lovely faces in our presentation today. I hope that I can have this done in 10 minutes and you guys can have your break. So essentially, next slide, please, Danielle. So I'm just here today to update you on what we were up to last year. We did do a presentation to you last year, and we had a very busy 2024. So that's our summary you may have looked at already. Next slide, please.
I will say, it looks like you guys have fun.
We did have a lot of fun, yes. So basically, we believe in setting our community table. So we're creating a community of care for Beaver Valley watershed through stewardship circles, special events, knowledge sharing, and connecting nonprofit groups to offer a voice for the natural environment. I want to make it really clear to y'all, we're not anti-development, we're pro-destination. So we believe a wonderful place to live is a wonderful place to visit. Next slide, please. So this is our core team. So our core team of volunteers endeavors to bring our host community of the Beaver Valley watershed together under a set of guiding principles so that our relationship, we share responsibility for the holistic care of our home. So this is watershed based. So we presented on Monday to Town of Blue Mountains, and we're presenting next week to Meaford. So we're looking at the Beaver River watershed, which is quite large, not just the valley. Next slide, please. So our guiding principles, you can read the full details there, but basically see the whole picture, protect the natural and cultural distinctiveness of our watershed, support our human and natural ecosystem, value quality over quantity, and share responsibility across all sectors. So we believe in all working together. And, as that frog likes to say, when one tugs at a single thing in nature, he finds it attached to the rest of the world. That's John Muir. For those of you who don't know, John Muir used to work in Meaford. So he founded the Sierra Club in California, but he got his love of nature here. Next slide, please. So our impact, so we had 355 event attendees, over 3,600 online engagement, and we're actually working with over 40 groups locally. So we held 5 stewardship circles, we did 4 wood sessions, those were walk and talks with the Austrian Museum and our Indigenous partners, and sponsored by the Community Foundation Grey Bruce. And 5 of our core team members went to Newfoundland, and we took a year of learning asset-based community development with the Grossmorn Institute of Sustainable Tourism. So you'll hear about that in a second. Next slide, please. So community engagement, we started in January with our inaugural stewardship circle, which included some information from 5 different groups. It was kind of like speed dating. Everybody came in, spoke for 5 minutes about what they do to build awareness and connections within the community. And we started our Grossmorn Institute for Sustainable Tourism program. And Heather runs our Hilo program, which is our platform, which is an online social connection platform. Next slide, please.
Next, yeah, thanks. So the next, in February, we did the same thing again with a bunch more groups. And yes, we opened a bank account because GMIS gave us some money. Next slide. So in February, GMIS actually came to visit us for a familiarization tour. So we got on a bus and took them to 10 different locations, including our local museum that you heard from this morning, and the Craigleith Museum and the Osprey Museum in Feversham. Next slide, please. And then we did an in-community event in Rockland where we had appreciative interviewing, lunch with Rockland Ag Society, and got storytelling in the afternoon. We presented to Grey Sauble Conservation Authority, and we started looking at sociocracy as a model to govern ourselves. Next slide, please. In March, we had another stewardship circle where we focused on the aspiring geopark, which is looking to make a UNESCO geopark of Georgian Bay. We heard from the Niagara Escarpment Biosphere Network, and we also heard from local historian Robert Bircher. And then we attended the Two-Eyed Seeing Conference in Six Nations, where we learned about two-eyed seeing in ethical space, which has really informed our work. And we had our first meeting with the Sustainable Tourism Partners for Beaver Valley. Next slide, please. In April, we went to Grossmorin. So we went to Rocky Harbor as a team and learned in community, and we actually were able to practice some of the things that we were learning. We also did a stewardship circle on traffic. Next slide, please. In May, we were still in Grossmorin for a couple of days. We did 4 days there, and then we came back and very quickly presented to Sources of Knowledge up in Tobermory, which integrates Indigenous knowledge into regional tourism. And then we presented to the Canadian Commission on UNESCO about the renewal of the Biosphere Preserve designation for Beaver for the whole Niagara Escarpment. Next slide, please. In June, we went and we with our Indigenous partners, we did some cleanup efforts. So we met again with the Sustainable Tourism Partners, and we submitted a grant for a project that we're going to be doing this year. Next slide, please. In July, we we came before this council to get cultural assets, and were granted a license to use that. And we started our Woods Walk and Talk. So Woods was workshops outdoors on destination stewardship, sponsored by Community Foundation Grey Bruce through Osprey Museum. Next slide, please. August, we did a networking event. We were networking with lots of different folks, and we were building with our partnerships with our Indigenous partners. Next slide, please. In September, we did another walk and talk. You can see the people that was at Collapore, and then we went to Feversham Museum where we partnered with Osprey on outreach to people. Next slide, please. And it's the same month we attended we started working with a Watershed Summit people, Woods planting event, and Bogadawad Alliance. We went to their tiny forest planting. Next slide, please. And that's just some of our homework. We've been rethinking tourism. Next slide, please. Again, that's more of us rethinking tourism. Next slide, please. In October, we had an online we had another gathering in New Brunswick that one of our core team went to, and then we did some online learning. Next slide, please. So we're now part of a community of care, community of practice on ABCD. So I took a story mapping course, which will inform our website moving forward. We did more GMIS Connects, and we're still working with that watershed group. Next slide, please. And December, we had our final Woods event, which was a landowner event. Our Indigenous partners did a land classification on a local property, so they taught landowners about how that works. And then we had a stewardship circle after that, which basically heard this report that I'm telling you this morning. Next slide, please. So what our ask today, we just want, and we don't want any money from you. What a concept. So we're basically here to invite you to an upcoming event on the 16th. You guys have been talking a lot about the stormwater issue in Markdale. So we were actually, one of the things that we do well is we convene safe space for people to have conversations. We don't take a position. We basically provide people with the space to talk. So we are having on the 16th, you will have all received an email invitation to a stewardship circle around stormwater management, where we will hear more in depth from Jack Imhoff and Andrew McCammon, who spoke here to council. So that will be a more opportunity to have some community engagement. And that's going to kick off a Watershed Matters series. So in April, we'll be in Clarksburg talking about the Land Drainage Act, which is an agricultural act, but it is being used by developers. So we're looking at sort of the both sides of that piece in Clarksburg. And then in April, we will host one with the Silver Creek wetland folks about the importance of wetlands in Collingwood. So we're sort of expanding our reach and taking our model of a stewardship circle to our neighbors. And we believe neighbor is a verb. So we're all here to help each other. And then I'm just hoping that you will save the date for June 13th, 14th, and 15th for a watershed. We're calling it H2O, which is Headwaters to Outlet. Watershed Festival that will be centered out of Clarksburg at the Marsh Street Center, but it will hopefully push people around the watershed as well. So I want to thank, there's outreach opportunities there. I want to thank our partners and collaborators from this year, Community Foundation Grey Bruce, the Osprey Museum, the Bogadawad Alliance, from Neeshnaming, the Collapore Wilderness Trails, Grey Bruce, Native Seed Bank, and the Grossmorn Institute for Sustainable Tourism, who continues to be a partner and inform our work. So I didn't hear the alarm go off. I think I made it under 10 minutes. Okay, that's it. Thanks.
Well, thanks, Kate. And yeah, like I said, it looks like you guys have fun. So that's fantastic. Comments, questions from anybody from council? Council, go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor McQueen, and thank you, Kate and Heather and Stacy for coming in today and for all the hard work you guys have done behind the scenes. I really liked what you said, that a beautiful place to visit is a beautiful place to live. I really like that. That's going to stick with me for a very long time. I think, that's it. Again, it's so we get a lot of these types of presentations from groups doing all of this work behind the scenes across Grey Highlands. And I'm so glad that you come to us and present it, because otherwise we'd never know and the public would never know.
Can't keep track of everything we're doing.
Right, exactly. And it's a lot. And so I just wanted to say thank you very much for presenting this to us and for all of the incredible work that you're doing behind the scenes. And this is the kind of stuff that keeps Grey Highlands one of the most beautiful places to live in the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dubik, you had a question, comment?
Yeah, I was just kind of prodding him along.
Oh,
But no, but thank you so much for always for coming in. I think this is always a treat to see where you're at, and it's informative for us. So thank you for keeping us updated, and look forward to your upcoming events, and giving space for community to come together and talk about important issues. So thank you.
okay, thank you. So February 16th, what's the time?
It's 3 to 5 at the Markdale Rec Center. And then the following dates will be announced.
Okay.
And I'll also just let you know that our project for this year, Two Wides, which is tour workshops of ecological youth, and energizes destination stewardship, because, I love an acronym. We're going to be doing much more of the walk and talks and developing some exhibits and tools, et cetera, with Osprey Museum. So I do hope that we'll see you again on more of our events and some of our activities that we're going to have going on this year. So thank you so much for your time and attention, and I'm sure you're ready for a break now.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for that, Kate, and all the great work you guys do. And there's no other comments. I need a motion that council receives the delegation from the Beaver Valley Destination Stewardship for information. Go ahead. Are you
Sorry,
reading that, Bill?
just a confirmation thing. So I was just, when you said 3 to 5, it triggered me because I thought the email said 2 to 4. So I'm just confirming what time you want us to be there. Because
It's 3 to 5. Yeah, we changed it a little bit just to make it more
I didn't
amenable.
put it in my calendar for 2 p.m. And so I appreciate the
Okay, you would have been early. You could help
I
us
would have been very
come
early.
early and help us set up chairs, Dane.
perfect. I'll be there.
Thank you.
For me, I'd be right on time then, right? All right, are you going to move that motion? Okay. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Dubik.
Heather's reminding me, we already have 30 people registered, so it looks like it's going to be a good time.
Sounds good. Any other comments? All in favor? That is carried. All right, so we'll take a break. I'm going to say we'll come back at 11:30. 11 minutes. I know. All right, welcome back, everyone, and we'll move on to our agenda. And so we have completed all our delegations for today. So we're moving on to section 7 of our agenda, which is 7.1, which is the minutes of the previous meeting or meetings. So we have two council meetings of the regular January 15th, and then we have a special council meeting of January 15th. So would somebody care to move those minutes? Councillor Dubik, second by Deputy Mayor. Any discussion on those minutes? Okay, seeing that, all in favor? That is carried unanimously. All right, so moving on to section 8. This is with regards to an update on grant submissions and approvals and opportunities, a report. So I'll continue to chair this portion. And there's a report there with regards to an update of what has been applied for and what's possibly going to be applied for. And I don't know if anybody's speaking to this, Madam CEO, or anybody. It's just a sort of an update. So would somebody care to put that on the floor? Deputy Mayor? Okay, and do we have a seconder? Councillor Allen. So that council receives report CIO 2501 for information. Any discussion on that? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mayor McQueen. Just a quick comment I wanted to make in relation to this one. Having sat on AMO now for a short period of time and Roma and the conversations that both those organizations are having regarding stable, regular funding and trying to lobby the provincial government to rethink the framing network and the funding network of municipalities, similar to what actually the CHC was talking about this morning. Unfortunately, the system we have now is a lottery system. Everybody writes up a grant as a lottery ticket, hoping to get funding. And you can see that we have applied for a number of funding grants, but unfortunately, it is difficult to get. There's every municipality across Ontario is in the same exact boat, all trying to apply for the same funding pots that exist, all trying to write their best lottery ticket they can. So it is challenging. And I think this speaks a lot to the budget that we're working with this year. But I just want to make that comment that, you know, AMO and Roma and other municipal lobby organizations are trying to get this province to rethink how municipalities are funded. We're currently in a provincial election. We'll see if there's some of the conversation that comes out from the parties has something to do with how this arrangement will work out. But we continue to be in the same challenging where we cannot rely on the grants to be our savior. They're just not showing up like they need to be.
I would say that it's been silent, but in the past years, I know with regards to the Markdale Arena, at that time they have 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, where the province, federal government, and the municipality all came together to make things happen. And it's been sort of silent on that part. Now, maybe with the federal election, maybe that, but that seemed to work, because then everybody, you know, from a municipality point of, 1/3, if the province and the federal government comes together, then it seemed to make things happen. And there was a lot of things going on, but it seems to be silent in the last while, that whole concept. And so, Councillor Alwitt.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen, for you. I think it's important that obviously our neighbors in Southgate just received a significant grant for their
and Clearview.
Yeah, and Clearview. So it's important that we have that we get these studies done. We have the engineering in place, so you got shovel-ready projects. It really does up your chances of receiving a grant if you are shovel-ready. I mean, we've received some significant funding in Grey Highlands, the Beaver Crest School, the hospital, some big money, but the connecting link in Flesherton, but that's
big one.
Yeah, there's no shortage of projects that are going to require funding. Even the Brackenbury Lala project, as it moves forward, becomes expensive. If the connecting link in Markdale goes ahead, again, that's another big project. So sure, it's important that we recognize having the engineering in place and being shovel ready facilitates these grants. And as I say, like our neighbors have been successful. I know we applied for the water tower more than once, but we're currently doing an EA on our wastewater lagoon, and there's a project that could be eligible for future funding.
there's never, there's no limits to what we can apply for. Councillor Dubé.
Yeah, so I think it is important for us to just continue to focus on getting our fair share of grants. That is the current system. And just to add to the deputy mayor's comments, like the FCM is also asking, having those conversations at the federal level about, the concept of allocation of funds as opposed to application of funds, which is, sort of the grant way, because we do need a secure known amount of funding to be able to plan accordingly, as we look to the future. Thank you.
I think when the AMO was instrumental years and years back with the gas tax money, and that was sort of an equal share of at least that money that's collected from gas tax money and that sort of thing. But it all goes back to the political side of being very active as well. We got to be very much pushing what we want and need and on the political side as well. Other comments? That was been moved in second. Madam CEO, you're looking at me. Did you have a comment? Well, you can look at me just the way you're looking at me going, I could see the wheels are turning there, Madam CEO. So, all right, if there's no other comments, then all in favor of that report. That's carried unanimously. All right, at this point, section 9 of the agenda, I'll pass the chair over to you, Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Item 9.1 is the delegate authority to authorize lottery sales in Grey Highlands. The motion that council receives staff report CLS 2502 for information, and that council directs staff to amend the delegation of authority bylaw 2019-056 to delegate authority to the clerk to provide approval for lottery sales in Grey Highlands. So there was a motion to do this previously, but I guess we'll have to do it every term of council. Or Clerk Van Alstyne.
Thank you, through you, Chair Allen. The current procedure is that each term of council was passing a resolution for each specific lottery group. And so what I'm asking for is, because I can issue lottery licenses in Grey Highlands, but I can't authorize lottery sales in Grey Highlands, or myself as in the role of the clerk. I'm asking that the delegation of authority bylaw be updated to allow for the clerk, myself, to authorize them no matter when they're applied for, or who applies for them.
Mayor McQueen.
So just following up, if you had a question about a application, then you would come back to council. No, I'm just asking that. Yeah.
Through you, Chair Allen, absolutely. Yeah, if there was anything that was controversial or something like that, I would. But these are just, they're just kind of regular run-of-the-mill things that it's like, it seems silly to take up time to write a staff report and do all those things each and every time.
Okay, thank you. So a mover and a seconder, Councillor Dubik, Councillor Wickens, any discussion? Councillor Dubik.
Thank you. So just a question to our clerk. Would we get called like an annual update in terms of a report back on this, or is it like just as an update in terms of what has occurred, or is this just something it's not required? Just wondering what you're thinking.
Sorry, Clerk Van Alstyne.
Through you, Chair Allen. My intent was not to provide that, but absolutely, if that's the will of council, I can. I don't provide an update on any other lottery licenses that come through because they're all mandated by the provincial legislation. We just get to approve them, for lack of better words. So that wasn't my intent.
Okay, there's no other Mayor McQueen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I only guess there somewhere there would be a revenue line, which probably if a councillor were questioning what's in this line, and that would be a time, then maybe there would be a reporting. That's all.
Is there a fee for that license?
Through you, Chair Allen, I think we're talking two different things. So when Grey Highlands issues a lottery license in Grey Highlands, there are fees collected for that. That's the current practice. The province allows us to do that. What this is if a lottery license is issued elsewhere, but they want to sell the lottery within Grey Highlands borders. So no, we don't collect a fee for this. We just say, yes, you can, or no, you can't.
permission to sell tickets here.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Clear? All those in favor? That's carried. 9.2, the zoning amendment that report PL 2502 related to the planning application Z 42 2024 be received, and that bylaw 2025-006 being a bylaw to approve zoning bylaw amendment Z 42 2024 be approved. Moved by Councillor Allwood, seconded by Councillor Dubik. Discussion, be straightforward. All those in favor? That's carried. There you go, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Allen, and we'll move on to section 10 of our agenda, and I'll pass the chair over to you, Deputy Mayor, for your report.
Thank you very much, Mayor McQueen. So item 10.1, and the only item under my section is the memorandum of understanding with the Maxwell Park project. The current motion that's in the agenda is that council receive report ECD 2502 for information, and that council approve the draft memorandum of understanding between the Maxwell Park Community Group and the municipality that establishes the roles and expectations for each party for project initiation and fundraising, and that no capital cost shall be incurred by the municipality for this project until it has received final approval from council and full funding for the project has been secured. We did have an open forum who had some comments regarding this. We could still put this motion on the floor and then make amendments to the MOU. We also have Manager Botello available to answer any questions we have. So, Councillor Dubik.
Thank you. So I'll just put it on the floor as is, and then we can make amendments as needed.
Moved by Councillor Dubik, seconded by Mayor McQueen. Questions or comments? Councillor Allen, I saw your hand up quick.
Yeah, so the memorandum as written basically is regarding donations. It's nothing to do with the park maintenance, access. So what was the intent? Like, there must have been discussions between the group and staff. What was the original intent? Was it specific to donations, or was it meant to be more widespread?
And conversation I had with Manager Botello, but we'll ask him to come on and respond. The idea here is a similar MOU that we have with the Splash Pad Committee, which is just to do the fundraising works initially. The conversation from the open forum was ability to access and make land works and land improvements. If we are on the lands and doing like a community cleanup project and prepping the land is one thing, but if we're doing digging or getting ready for equipment that isn't fundraised for, do we want to be in a position where there's works being done to the land that's then just open and bare, where we're still trying to fundraise and may not have all the funds to move forward with the project? So that's kind of maybe a question for ourselves as council as to how much access we're interested in giving. But Manager Botello, do you have anything further to add?
Through you, Chair, to council. No, you've hit it right on the head there, Deputy Mayor McQueen or Nielsen. I think that it puts the municipality at risk if there's not adequate funding in place. I mean, I wasn't here for it, but there's been some historical projects that there wasn't adequate funding in place, and you want to proceed with the project. So that was the caution that we've decided on here. As you've mentioned, it's the same model that was used for the splash pad and also the pickleball court. We'd be glad to meet with the group and discuss these details and possibly amend an MOU once the funding has been achieved on the next steps. But at this time, I think it's important that the funding be in place.
Councillor Allen, any follow-up for your question? No? Mayor McQueen?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to Michael for his comments. I guess the thought, I think, in a sense to keep moving things along is, one, there has to be fund monies raised. Obviously, and this will address that moving forward. But I think there's a few phases that will be part of the fundraising, maybe in kind work. Like, they talked about that in kind work, so there's talked about a phased approach, site preparation, so this gets it going. Obviously, this gets it going and puts that in place to move that. But I guess one question, through you, Mr. Chair, is Michael, are you that contact person for the chair of that group to continue this chat? So I guess that's number one, or do we need to put that in the MOU that the liaison will be the manager of our facilities who are, Mike Fratello? So do we need to put amendment on that so that allows it to move into the amendment MOU moving forward, or an updated MOU moving forward? So long as there's something that allows the next step. I think that's more important, I think, from maybe what the group is, but I guess I'm asking for some clarity on that.
Manager Patello, or sorry, CAO Gavin.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through you. So, we're so fortunate to have community groups that come forward and want to help. But we have to have a process. And as Manager Patello alluded to, it's important that we start the foundation of fundraising before we start making any alterations or doing any type of site plan, because we need to know how much money, is going to be raised and what type of equipment can fit there. And there's certain things that our staff has to do to get this project in motion. And there's certain things that the community absolutely can help out with in kind, but there's other works that needs to be done that needs to be a staff member that does that type of work as well. So council gave staff the authorization to work with the community group, and that's what Manager Patello has started to do, and we're happy to do that. The report also says that we will be working with the grant writer to look at opportunities to apply for funding. So the MOU it's about the financial responsibility of both organizations, so the community group and the municipality, because when you're dealing with funds, you have an obligation to ensure that how these funds are collected and saved and put aside is done appropriately. And frankly, that we have enough funds to pay for the project. So we can't start doing work for a project that we haven't done any fundraising for, in the sense of the physical work. But the planning of that work can be done, and absolutely staff will work with the community group on getting to where that plan needs to be and looking at what options there are available for volunteer services. So all of that has to be ironed out and looked at before we can start any physical preparation of the site.
Thank you for that, CEO Gavin. Just for clarity, I think Mayor McQueen was looking for, as that's moving forward, is the group working with Manager Patello? Are they working with, I never remember Del Duca's title, coordinator. Thank you for that, Clerk Van Alstyne. So, making sure that we're aware of who the point of contact is. I do appreciate your comments about making sure the funding's in place. I mean, looking back at the proposal from the group from January 15th, or part of that was the grant application being a large part of the funding model. As we just discussed in our own grant report, grants aren't exactly, coming as much as we hope they are. So there can be challenges with that. And it might take just a little bit more time to secure that grant funding. Mayor McQueen, did you have a follow-up question?
Well, yeah, and that's why I wonder if there should be an amendment in this MOU that furthermore that the liaison to the staff is Rob Del Duca and Michael Botello, just so that it's there, it's clear for the group. Also, I'm looking here where I'm trying to find out where it says that we will apply for grants. I see the financial part, but
It's in the report.
I'm looking, so can you point it? Because I went through and I didn't see it.
On page 2 of the report, it shows staffing impact grant writer to work with community group on funding opportunities.
So you can go, I think, if you can answer
See you.
your question, I'll go.
Gavin,
Okay.
first.
Thank you. So there's no need to put staff names in an MOU. That's not something we normally do. Staff have received direction from council to work with the group. That's really all we need to do. We certainly don't put specific people in there because, as you know, we have to be fluid and we have to be able to move things around. But yes, initially the primary contact will be Manager Botello, as he is the manager of Parks and Recreation, and this is obviously a park. So that is implied. But we don't need to, we don't normally put staff names in MOUs. This is just who's responsible for what and how it's going to be done.
Mayor McQueen.
So providing,
again?
so then I think it's important that Mr. Wright and share contact information so they can continue that conversation on that. I do see the little line here, it says grant writer to work. I know that one of the parts that, and I have been attending those meetings, that there's a grant for Trillium that opens up here in February and ends in February. And I think that's, you know, one point of trying to apply for that in that window. So that is something, and it would be, because there's an MOU, the group, the application will be on behalf of the group, because I know the municipality can only apply, right? And I think so if it's an MOU with the group, it's the group applying, because I know the Austin Museum Group and others were quite, and Maxwell Community Center were very successful because it was under their own body that made that application. So that was just one thing that, and I do want to say that they are planning a spaghetti dinner on the Valentine's Day from 5 to 7. I've reached out for some donations on that, and so that's moving forward. They're trying to come up with a date for a trivia in March. It's getting booked up. It has to be a follow-up. So they're very active on moving that. We just want to keep the balls rolling. So then there's a very enthusiastic group that want to keep moving forward. No difference than the other groups that's there, but obviously when they get to the point of raising those funds, we can certainly, as it's been said, that you know, if there's amendments to the MOU at that time moving forward, we can come back and the contact between Mr. Wright and staff can connect. So I appreciate all those comments. Thank you.
I think the one comment I would have is making sure the group is able to work with the grant writer in terms of getting the right information for the grant purposes. But Councillor Allen, did I see your hand? No, sorry, my apologies. Councillor Dubik.
Thank you, Chair. So just a follow-up from Mr. Wright's open forum comments to gain clarity. I thought I heard Mr. Wright talk about, you know, the ability of jumpstarting efforts, maybe in tandem with the fundraising, so such as trimming trees, you know, maybe some cleanup in the area. So just wondering, is that allowed? Would that be allowed sort of in tandem with fundraising or not? Thank you.
CEO Govan.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. As I said, there's certain work that needs to be performed by staff for liability purposes. I think council's getting into the operations of how this project could work. Council's given staff direction to, you know, make this a priority and to move forward with the project. That's what we plan to do. We will work with the community group and figure out where volunteerism is appropriate, and we can establish those projects together. If council wants an update on how the project's going, we're happy to bring a report back midway. But we need to have a look at how this is all going to plan out and how it could work, timelines, everything. We rushed to get this MOU onto the agenda today, as I know council has specified that they want it as a priority, and we understand that, but staff needs time to work out the project details.
Thank you for that, CEO Govan. Any follow-up, Councillor Dubik? Nope. Mayor McQueen.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. There was one thing pointed out through a couple of meetings ago that I didn't realize, that where the original access to the park is, you can't get through it. And the only other access is between the row of trees and the church, which is a separate piece of property. But if somebody's parked there, you can't get in. And so I think if staff can take a look at the initial access, I think that's where that's coming from, because it is overgrown and there was a old set of gates there. And so if somebody's parked on the only other access, you can't get in. Now, right, you're not going to be worrying about it right now because there's probably 2 feet or 3 feet of snow right there. But I guess the other access is around by the Maxwell Community Center and in the back, but that's not really your primary access to that. So that's where that's sort of coming from, is the overgrowing part of the trees and access. So if I'm sure that staff are hearing that, so that's where that's coming from in the most part.
Thank you for that, Mayor McQueen. Any other questions or comments on the MOU that's on the floor? Not seeing any. The motion is to approve the MOU as written. I haven't heard any specific amendments. Seeing no further questions or comments, all those in favor? That is carried, and that is the only item on my list. So Mayor McQueen, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I was just gonna say if David can leave his contact before he leaves, so it's your email. Oh, okay, very good. All right, thank you for that, and thanks for staff for the follow-up on that. So what we were at 11:57. There's a lot of we're right into the notice of motions. Do you want to take your 40 minutes for lunch right now and then come back to the notice of motions, which only are for information?
They're just here for information. They're just being provided today and they'll be discussed.
But you know what? Let's keep moving and
Let's keep
then we're ready for the close. Okay, so there's a consent agenda there, items. So anything else in there? That's just for information. Okay, so there's a number of consent items. Are there any of those wish to be pulled for separate discussion? I will be pulling 17.6 because the reason I put that on there is because I think I wanted to get some feedback from council if there was any feedback needed, and that's with regards to Canada Post. So I'll pull that for separate. Anything else that's for? If not, can I have a mover and a seconder for the? Sorry, Councilor Lohead, sorry.
Let's chat about 17.2.
Go ahead. Okay. Okay, so then for the rest, can I, Deputy Mayor, you're moving the rest of the consent agenda? So moved by Deputy Mayor, second by Councilor Alwood. That the items on the consent agenda be approved with the exception of 17.2 and 17.6. Any discussion on the remaining consent items? Councilor Allen.
Thank you. 17.5, the pro station fill operation. There is a letter there that I received, and I also received a phone call from a Southgate resident saying that the company had deviated from the haul route and
Mr. Irwin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was causing damage to roads, and so now we did get an email from our director of transportation. I'm not sure if that's something we can or need to share.
It basically shut the site down, didn't it?
Well, that's why I'm asking. Are we allowed to discuss that? Okay. So the email said that the company had been approached by the municipality and basically to adhere to what the permit stated, and if not, that it would be revoked. So I'm not sure if anything else has happened. I don't know if our CAO.
Are we allowed to get an update on that, Madam CEO?
Who's chairing?
I am.
Just Mayor McQueen, sorry, through you. I mean, we can ask Director Cornfield if he's at a position where he can give some more information.
If it's legal or if it's some pending thing, he can't, then he can't. Right?
It is rather a public process. It's
Yeah.
a corporation, so it's not an individual per se. So at this point, I'm comfortable with sharing the information in a public forum.
So, okay, is Director Cornfield available to give us an update? Because it was an email like to all of staff or council and staff, I guess, with the regards. So good. Hang on. Good afternoon, Director Cornfield. Have you been listening to the conversation?
Yes. Yes, Chair, Mayor McQueen, I have been following along.
Okay, do you have an update or can you update us to your ability for an update?
So basically, the municipality have been working with the owner of the property and their contractor with some issues of compliance with the bylaw itself. That has been going on for a couple of months. We came to the point that they had 3 violations of the permit that were not being adhered to. I placed a stop work order on the project until such time that those 3 items have been brought into compliance. The process within the bylaw is that the municipality also has to develop a work plan to the owner of the property and the contractor to bring it into compliance, which was provided. Some of those items have been provided. We're still working with the owner and the contractor to make sure everything is compliant before the stop work order can be lifted and they can continue with their project.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to go back to Councillor Allen, because Councillor Allen, if you have a further up, thank you. You may stay on the line for a minute there, Director.
Yeah, well, that's good. Just wondering about the haul route, and we ran into that with the Ceylon fill operation, that they deviated from the haul route. How much clout do we have if one or two or several trucks deviate from the haul route? Because it is, you know, and part of me thinks it's good for some people if they do deviate, because then the people that are on the actual haul route don't have 100 trucks going by their place in one day. But it's kind of a tricky thing here. So it is hard on the residents. So how much clout do we have with the haul route and non-compliance?
Director Cornfield.
So through you, Chair McQueen. So that is one of the items that is non-compliant. So that gives the municipality authority to place the stop work order. So that has been implemented. So to answer your question, if it's not adhered to, we have the ability to place that stop work order on the site. That is also part of the work plan, is how is the company going to ensure, whether that be monitoring the intersection where they're not following the route, and how they follow up with the company that's the actual hauler. Those items is something that we work through with the process. My understanding of some of those, they would terminate that particular truck and company that is in violation of the bylaw.
Follow up, Councillor Allen?
Okay, no, that's fine. Thanks very much.
So I'm just going to follow up, Director Cornfield. So it said in the letter here that it's been going on for 3 years, and it's going to extend the permit until June of this year. Obviously with delay. Is that June this year? Is that the end date of this project, as the letter is mentioned here, or is there an end date?
Through you, Chair McQueen. So there's some misunderstandings here. So this fill project was obviously in place before the bylaw came into effect. So we've only been able to deal with the bylaw as of 2023, July of 2023. The permit was not extended, as the letter had indicated. That is not true. The permit is up till to June of 2025. I think where there's some misunderstanding or misinformation is the intent of the contractor was to have the fill operation completed by January 1. However, they had a shortage of material access and some rain delays that they weren't able to meet that timeline. Again, part of our ask and work plan with the company is to finalize the actual end date of supply of material. We're soon going to be into a half load restriction time as well, which might delay it into the end of, the 1st of May, before they can reestablish the hauling.
Thank you very much for that information. Are there any other questions, comments to this? So Councillor Allen, you pulled the letter. It's just for information because you didn't pull it, or you raised it, but you didn't pull it to be a separate resolution, because the resolution is just to receive it for information, right? So. Okay, any other items for consent agenda when I spoke? Go ahead, Councillor Elwood.
I just want to comment on 17.4, which is the November minutes of the multiple energy working group meeting. The it talks about the unwilling hosts. 1/3 of the municipalities in Ontario are basically unwilling hosts. They remain that way because the ongoing issues with setbacks and wind turbines, issues around fire safety with the battery energy storage systems. The fact that any of these projects on agricultural land now have to undergo an agricultural impact assessment, which could put costs on municipalities and whether those costs are recoverable. And there's a lot of ongoing issues there. The IESO had a big presence at Roma. Our January meeting, you'll see those minutes on some future agenda, but I just wanted to highlight the fact that 1/3 of the municipalities in Ontario are unwilling hosts. The ongoing concerns are setbacks with regard to wind turbines and fire safety issues with BESS and the agricultural impact assessment issues. If a BESS project, the one in Aaron Eldersley is on 20 acres of not agricultural land, but some sensitive wetlands and conservation, adjacent conservation authority. So, that was the point I wanted to make. Thank you.
I remember when Premier Wynne made that comment, it was an awesome conference in Alliston, and she made the comment about willing and non-willing, and the municipalities that weren't willing grabbed a hold of that and made the declaration that they're unwilling. That's where that all came from a comment at the. No, but that's where it originated from. Councillor Allen?
In terms of Councillor Allen's comment there, I mean, a municipal support resolution is required, and early in the process, the proponents of any of these projects are required to contact the municipality well in advance of the municipal support resolution. Municipal support resolutions can't be conditional. They can't be withdrawn. They're a moment in time, and once the commitment is made.
And the Green Energy Act has been repealed too, right?
Yeah,
so that was a big part of that as well.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for that update. Any comments to those minutes from anywhere else? Any other comments to any of the consent agenda? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried unanimously. Okay, Councillor Lowhead is 17.2.
Yeah, so I just wanted to chat about the first meeting from the Community Safety Committee, which is the new iteration of what was or has been blended with the Road Safety Committee. And I just wanted to bring attention to the fact that we had resolved also to support the Good Roads. Sorry, my mic isn't off. The Good Roads resolution that I believe Councillor Dubik had brought at a previous meeting about the rural roads and having a network going forward. That's it. I just wanted to bring our attention to that and to say that the safety committee had also independently looked at it and agreed that it was a good motion of support.
Right. So you're moving those minutes in, and do I have a second, Deputy Mayor? Are there any other conversations on those minutes? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Okay. So lastly, if we go to 17.6, I was sent this email, and as we know, our Canada Post was basically through arbitration, went back to work. But through that process, they are looking for comments, and and maybe we have no comments. The reason I thought I added on here is, are there comments from this body? Because I did get a follow-up email up until, is it the 10th, or there's a certain date really close past today's date that they need their comments in by. And I should go back but there may be no comments here, but I thought it was important through the Madam Clerk to put this on here is, are there comments? I know Canada Post we have a great deal of our community is rural and, rural delivery. I know some of our municipality was out of Flesherton, now comes out of Dundalk, which is probably an administrative type thing where they move where it comes from. So, basically, so there's be it resolved, the name of the municipality provide input to the commission in the form of a written submission. And maybe there's nothing, so this can be just received for information if there's no submissions. But are there any, again, is there anything from this body that would need to be said? And this is an opportunity for that. Other than the continuation of rural postal service is maybe important. Or continuing, like the continuing of the service, like, you know, I think during the strike, we realized other ways of paying our bills and dealing with non-postal stuff, but it all sort of, the bill sure did come after they went back. Your mailboxes were full, but I mean, it's still your responsibility to pay your bills and through other avenues and stuff like that. And there's other, I guess, other processes of newsprint or others that I did find it interesting that flyers that you were getting have now stopped. It's all electronic. Like if there was a flyer from a Canadian Tire or whatever, maybe they were stopping before the postal strike too. I don't know, but I think as the strike went on, we did realize or did figure out ways of dealing with how we weren't getting, like it lasted for a month, and so we were, you know, the general public, you know, sourced out through online, or, you know, we got through email, or you followed up or whatever. So, but I think there was some stuff that we do get notification on that maybe they don't have your contact information other than a stamp that goes on an address too, right? So what's your thoughts, everyone? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mayor Queen. So the letter that's being shared here that you put on the agenda is specifically asking that before any major changes are imposed on Canada Post, that they do a thorough review and a public review of Canada Post, including, quote, public hearings with all key stakeholders in every region of Canada. I think that's not a bad idea. When we're looking at rural Ontario and the services that exist, I know in my works with the Niagara Escarpment Commission, when Canada Post was on strike, the Niagara Escarpment Commission still mailed out its paperwork that it needed to. However, it had to use the third parties. That was a significant increase to the expense of the NEC to get those mailings out. So it is something that, you know, when we're looking at rural Ontario, the municipality, how our residents deal with municipality, if suddenly Canada Post doesn't exist and we're sending out tax bills by FedEx or some other party, we're going to see an increase in costs associated with that, because not every resident is going to agree to have their tax bills all emailed to them. So I will move the motion that's written in the letter, which is specifically making sure that before any major changes are done, there's some good public thorough thought and process into that. So,
And do you wish to add further that maintaining rural postal service is pivotal to our municipal business? I don't know, like, yeah.
So therefore be resolved, and then add on. Sure, actually, I would support that, Mayor McQueen. So that after the therefore be it resolved section of the letter, add that, and furthermore that rural. How would you like to word it? I agree with what you're saying, but
To maintain rural postal service, to continue to provide rural postal service throughout Grey Highlands.
Throughout Canada.
Well, Grey Highlands and Canada, however, but if this is specific to the municipality, if this is specific to the municipality of Grey Highlands, then it's specific to.
Fair.
I like your thinking of Canada. That's not a bad thing, but is that?
I think the clerk is trying to capture that, but I would move that.
And maybe with regards to the business of the municipality of, like you said, i.e. tax notices and other notices, planning notices. I think that was a little challenging, Councillor Allen, with regards to notice. You know, you posted on the property, but I think there was an example at our committee of adjustment. One thing was deferred, and possibly part of that was because of postal not circulating that we do, right? So, you know, so is somebody willing to second that motion? Councillor Dubé? And just as that's being crafted, I followed up on that second email, and it says, if you'd like to make submissions, please do so by February 14th, 2025, and send it. And I can forward this to the deputy, or to the Madam Clerk that has an email address here that can, and that's to get in that loop.
It's interesting in here. It says that we do not have a mailing address, the commission.
Is that being ironic, eh? Yeah. Or maybe it was drafted when the strike was on. I don't know. Councillor Dubé.
Yes, I noticed that too. I thought that was quite interesting. But you know, just a quick like just comment, there's still a role, for Canada Post. We still do need to receive physical mail at a reasonable price. And the landscape is changing, right? So competitors, different ways to send out parcels and mail and physical items the landscape continues to change. And so it does need to be reviewed, but it is still a valued service.
Absolutely. I know a few years back, and maybe it's more than a few, because sometimes I get off my numbers, but there was a time where they went out and did an audit of all of where the mails were delivered for safety for the carriers, because if it's over a hill or something, there's mailboxes had to be moved to safe locations and all that, because obviously there's a union and there's a union that represents the employees, and so safety was very important. I know over the years there was I've had contacts where I think it was the Badgers site where they had a post office, and then they were looking for a local, even Feversham, looking for somebody else to take over, but it's not big money, and so then they become mailboxes on those sites. So that's sort of like it's sort of a central location, and that. So I think now in Badgers it's a box, right?
Super boxes beside the old store.
Yeah, and then Feversham in the park was another one, and so because it used to be in the Feversham store, but then exchange. Anyway, I know that was an issue a few years back, but Madam Clerk, did you able to craft something there?
Through you, Chair McQueen, you want me to read out the entire resolution?
No, just the part that says we want lunch here, so yeah.
So as was stated, and that Canada Post continue to provide rural postal service in the municipality of Grey Highlands. Is what I added.
To maintain the business of the municipality? You don't think that's fine? Okay, so that you'll be putting that little part in there, the municipality of Grey Highlands, and then they put, okay. I think it's important that we do make a comment. Okay. Okay, any other comments there? So that's moved by Deputy Mayor and Councillor Dubik. I think that's who caught. All in favor? That's carried. Okay. General announcements, do you want that before we get into the closed session? Okay. Well, maybe we'll be done by 12:30. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor, what's your comments?
I did just want to bring up a general announcement and comment regarding last night's budget town hall. I was glad to see some members of the community make their comments. It's important that we have that. I think the main comment I wanted to make is that just so all of residents know, not every word on Facebook gets captured in our comments. And so there's been substantial Facebook conversation, and that had me with excitement that maybe we'd get some good engagement last night. And we had 6 people talk and less than 30 people attend the public meeting. And so to everybody who's posted on Facebook, you can comment on Greyhounds connect greyhounds.ca/budget. Please have your comments come in, because I would rather have all the comments coming in and be shared than people saying, well, didn't you see my comment on Facebook? And Facebook doesn't work that way. So I think it's important that we get comments and from all as many members of the community as we can, especially when we're looking at the type of budget year we're talking about. So that's just the general announcement I wanted to make, Mayor McQueen.
I thought maybe you'd have some highlights of the Roma conference that
I don't think we have enough time.
We'll make
to
it
go
quick.
into that. I mean,
I'm sure you as a representative on Roma, right?
So if we want to discuss Roma quickly, I'll try and run it down. As Roma board, there was a lot of extra activities I got a chance to be involved with and engaged in. One of the particular sessions that I was excited about was the Roma board itself had a multi-minister meeting with Minister of Health, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and the Minister of Rural Affairs. We had a great discussion commenting on the 3 pillars that Roma's been trying to raise attention to. That is housing, homelessness, and infrastructure funding for municipalities. We had, I think, a highlight for Roma this year was the actual topics of discussion. There was a few different sessions on energy that Councillor Allwood, I'm sure, was pretty interested in, given the work with the multi-municipal energy working group. There was a few different sessions on healthcare in rural Ontario, as was mentioned earlier on today. The knowledge sharing and learning was great. Another highlight for me was the very first session, Sunday morning at 8:30 was a great session on asset management. I know myself and Councillor Lowhead were there and listening pretty intently, and Councillor Atwood was there listening pretty intently about the challenges that many municipalities are facing in trying to fund capital projects. Obviously, again, that wraps around back to our budget conversations that we're having right now in Grey Highlands, and just the level of need versus the actual dollars and cents that are available to kind of match that. So all in all, I think the Roma conference was a spectacular one this year. We did have over 2,000 delegates register, which is a new record. We had a record number of delegation meetings with ministers from across the government and the opposition parties. So I think a success kind of all around. Yeah, if there's any specific questions, I can try to answer them.
No, we had delegation ourselves with the Minister of Health. If you want to speak to that?
Unfortunately, I couldn't make it because
Oh, yeah,
I
sure.
was
Yeah, you were in a session.
doing a session, and I think that's a closer to the chest conversation too, Mayor McQueen.
Yeah, we're just well received on meeting with the Minister of Health, and I think, Tom, you talked about it a little bit there as well. I thought it was a good round discussions. I know one of the things, and not to get into any political part, was the discussion around with United States and tenders, what do you call it? Not tariffs, but sourcing on like your own. Help me out. No, but right now, and it was brought up somewhere just recently where we go to a tender, it's open to Americans as well, right? But there was a talk around it's only Canadian source, like, well, or so you're changing our, what's the word? Procurement, that's it. And so there was discussion around that, and I think it was the mayor of Burlington who was on AMO, and think of her name. Yeah, if I said it. Yeah. Anyway, she brought it up at the open to the Bear Pit and talked about that. It was one of the first things that came up, and it was agreed upon that, if we have to put it back into Canada, then we need to put it back into Canada and that type of thing, right? So anyway, I thought that was one of the things that sort of came out as that unified thing with regards to what's going on below the 49th parallel or whatever you want to call it, right? So lots of networking. I will say one thing, and I know the clerk's looking at myself as lunchtime's going, and I brought this at the county council, and I don't know if you have anything to add. I was just pulling up my minutes for county council. I was disappointed, and I raised it last week at county council, is in the past, the county has had a room that allowed the other lower tier municipalities to go to, and there wasn't. Bruce County did, Wellington County did, and it's not necessarily, but it's a meeting spot for those councillors to network. And decisions of the county warden and others have made that decision. I think it's something that I think it needs to be pulled a little bit, because to come back to a spot where, I know when I was warden, I had a county room. It gave that opportunity for the lower tiers, and it came up, and Scott Mackey also commented about it as well. It's a place that you can go to and talk to your fellow councillors in other municipalities of Grey County. So leave it at that, but it is something that it's a networking part, and it's an opportunity for that. And it has been in the past. The county has had a room for that. One of that reasons is to be able to network and have those conversations with a councillor from, and it's not just not just to Grey County, but it was a go-to spot. And I think fundamentally it is something that works. And I know Bruce County had a room, but they had a paid room where they had it for a period of 2 hours, and Lisa Thompson was there, and Tom, I think you were there, myself, was very hospitable and all that stuff. So I'll leave it at that, but I just think that when you're down there and you just that common spot to go to, I think it in the past has proven to be an important spot. So I don't know if there's anything else in county deputy mayor that we pertain. We did raise Well, yeah, you were on Zoom. Yeah, I did raise the part about the parking lot. That I am bringing a notice of motion forward, and I did sort of speak to, Pat Hoy. And I did speak to him, I did raise the part about, but remember through the seniors, advisory about the signal lighting? Because it was asked that we talk about, I did talk to, Pat, that when the pedestrians come on, they have the ability to go 30 seconds before the traffic moves. So I planted the seed and I will follow up with Pat on that. But the other part about the parking lot, I questioned the part why, and I understand the process of how it came through the budget and the cost. But, and Scott Taylor, who is the director of that department, sort of talked about, they had that conversation. But I also emphasize the economics of that. And I know that there was conversation just last night about that, where it's just not the snowmobilers that are, but also there are people that park in that parking lot for winter hiking as well. It's just not the snowmobilers as well. So I do have a notice of motion coming forward at the next county council meeting. But I think it's interesting that I think there's other ways that we can move forward, maybe not for this year. And I understand that, people are using that parking lot, and you talk about a possibility of a liability where people are still forcing themselves into a parking lot where it's not plowed versus, anyway, I'll leave it at that. But it's something that I am coming forward with a notice of motion that's coming forward at the next county council meeting with regards to a report following up on that. And I don't want to poke any more fingers at anywhere, but I think it's something that myself and you, Deputy Mayor, need to follow through on the importance of having that access, especially along the rail trail, which is a big tourism part of the Grey County's picture. Other announcements, anything, Councillor Wickens, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. You touched on this briefly, the Maxwell Community Park. They're going to have a spaghetti supper. That's on Valentine's Day. I'm calling it Lady and the Tramp Spaghetti Supper because love is ensuing in that. Spaghetti, a dinner roll, salads, and dessert. $15 for adults. I forget what it is for the younger folk, but 5 to 7. Come one, come all. Hope to see you there. I'll be making a sauce with lots of big meatballs.
So that's almost worth going just for that. All right. Well, thanks for that, Councilor. If there's no other announcements at this point, then we'll adjourn till.
Excuse me, Mayor McQueen.
Go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt you. Could we pass the resolution to go into closed session at a certain time now?
Yep.
And then we don't have to come back to open?
No, that would make sense. So I was going to say we recess to 1:10, which at that point I need a motion. Is that enough time? 40 minutes? Or do you want 1:15?
1:15.
Okay, 1:15?
Yeah.
All right, so I need a motion that we will go in, that council proceed into closed session at 1:15, moved by Councillor Allen, second by Councillor Doobie. To discuss matters related to the following, downtown Markdale proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land, potential boundary adjustment, proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land, that CAO Karen Govan, Solicitor Ed Valboom, and Clerk Amanda Fines Benalstein will remain in attendance, and that council discuss matters related to the following: land acquisition and potential partnership, potential land acquisition, that the CAO Karen Govan and Clerk Amanda Fines Benalstein remain in attendance, and that also another matter that council discuss matters related to the following: succession planning, personal matters about an identifiable individual, and that CAO Karen Govan will remain in that for attendance. And I didn't go through the full body, it's on our agenda, but I cut the highlights. It's been moved and second. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried unanimously. Okay, we'll reconvene at 1:15. Something more, there was nothing in here anyway. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're in open session and what I have to report out from our closed session, that a closed meeting was held and only closed session items identified were discussed in closed session and staff proceed as directed. Can I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Councillor Allwood, second by Deputy Mayor. All in favor? That is carried. You have the confirming bylaw, that bylaw 2025-007 be a bylaw to confirm that the proceedings of council on February 5th, 2025 be read first, second, and third time and finally passed, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same notwithstanding any contrary provisions of council. Can I have a mover and a second? I'll look over here. Moved by Councillor Allen, second by Councillor Dubik. All in favor? That is carried. We have the upcoming meetings that are listed on there. I need one more motion to adjourn. I think Councillor Wickens and Councillor Lewhead, I see their hands waving. So all in favor? That is carried. And that is at